conservation work within those regions. We also selected our top 7 students from the workshop to intern with selected conservation organizations in Nigeria, and then about the wonderful work that conservationists are doing in terms of managing and conserving our local biodiversity.
Bioverse NG has been a very insightful and impactful experience as I got to learn from a whole lot of people that are very knowledgeable about biodiversity conservation and protection in Nigeria.
I am lucky to be among the attendants of Bioverse NG online workshop on biodiversity, where they connect youth to climate change and biodiversity education.
And I'm really excited to put what I have learned into practice.
It's broadened my perspective of my bioverse and how to do my part in conserving it.
For the past 6 weeks, seeing biodiversity in Nigeria from a never seen before perspective.
I have learned so much about biodiversity conservation in Nigeria and how, most importantly, we can get youths on board.
I would definitely recommend to anyone that's passionate about environmental sustainability.
I would like to thank the organizers, SustyVibes, for organizing such a wonderful workshop to educate young people like me.
We also had an Afro Wisdom Challenge online where we asked young people to connect to nature by revealing a nature theme story from their local culture. Finally, we are hosting this National NG Conference, which is aimed at, having that very robust discussion, bringing all project participants together and all relevant national stakeholders for us to emphasize the importance of young people in driving the message of biodiversity conservation and uniting to ensure that our natural biodiversity in Nigeria is protected.
As a young person looking to take action for biodiversity, getting the prerequisite knowledge on environmental issues is very important. And when you get knowledge, taking action is key. And actions can range from organizing tree planting exercise in your community, organizing cleanups, advocating for policies in your local community, or simply putting out biodiversity-related information on social media just from the comfort of your home. To stay updated with our work at SustyVibes, you can sign up to join our community where you get to volunteer for the diverse project we're currently working on. Similarly, you can follow us on all social media platforms. We are SustyVibes everywhere.
I really would like to thank the Embassy of Germany for their support, for funding this project, looking at our concept note and just letting us go with it. It's very rare to find, funders like that. And we're really, really grateful for the entire turnout, the impact we've created in Nigeria, and we look forward to doing more.
Round of applause. I thought it would be harder. I thought it would be bigger. That right there is impact. If we have blamed our parents prior to this time, saying because they were so in tune with making profit and not taking care of their environment, look at that. All youth-led. Young people have been trained with the requisite knowledge and skill. Some have gone ahead to go, embark on internship opportunities. Now we know that we can trust the process of production for businesses, where they are not just thinking about only making profit, but also being responsible even in their production. That is a win for us. It's a win for you. It's a win for our children to come. Personally, I have a daughter who is in love with nature. Once she's outside is her best place. And I tell you, if we can continue with this tempo, we are sure of a safer and a more harmonious environment for all of us. When we take care of nature, nature in turn takes care of us. A round of applause for ourselves again. As I was speaking, our keynote speaker just walked in. A round of applause for her. I wish I could say would give you 1 minute to catch your breath, but I'll be calling you right off. Don't worry, we have a bit of time because I would have to read your bio first. Okay. I would like to welcome at this point the indefatigable Ibironke Olubamiche. Ibironke is the National Coordinator of the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program, implemented by the United Nations Development Program in Nigeria. She has worked with over 130 civil society organizations to implement over 170 environmental projects in over 200 communities in 29 of the 36 states in Nigeria. I thought we'll be clapping for her at this point. She also coordinated the community-based Red Plus program of the United Nations, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation in Nigeria. Prior to this, she headed the technical program department of the premier NGO in Nigeria, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, as the first Nigerian female to occupy that position. She later became the pioneer head of strategic operations of NCF and served as the secretary to the consultancy committee of the NCF National Executive Council. She has a combined 30 years of experience in conservation, environmental management, grant administration, and strategic leadership. She is a mentor to many and has built the capacity of many of the CSOs for projects conceptualization, proposal writing, project implementation, resource mobilization, knowledge management, partnership building, mentorship, career development, and advocacy campaigns. Please, may we all welcome our amiable Ibironke as she walks up the lectern to give her keynote speech. Thank you for the impact you're making in the environment space. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with us this morning. And, well, like she said, it's one of my passions. And I believe by the time we interact here today, many of us, I'm sure we will agree with me that this business is our business. And we will also take it up and learn a couple of things from what we will discuss. Thank you very much for the privilege to join you. I don't take it for granted. I appreciate the privilege of speaking and exchanging ideas and experiences together. And I hope that today will not be a difference, but also even we will learn much more. All right, so my slide, is it ready? So my business is to try to stir up our interests and our desire to take charge of what we have been created to take charge of. And by that, I'm talking about the environment and especially biodiversity. Do we have my slide? Okay. And it's coming up. All right, okay. And okay. So it's the role of youth in biodiversity preservation and conservation. And of course, when we talk of youth, I don't have to belabor us with the characteristics of youth. Energetic, right? Will somebody help me? Youth. What are some of the creative? Thank you. Yes. Inquisitive. Am I correct? Are we together, please? Okay. Inquisitive, creative, energetic, challenging the status quo. Yes. And these are some of the characteristics. And these characteristics are important if we must make any change. Next slide, please. So I will just briefly talk about, just have a discussion in line with the Nigerian biodiversity, the Nigerian environment. And then, of course, we have talked of already how, because I want us to be able to discuss and exchange ideas more. And then I will also talk about what we have done. And then by what I am discussing about what we have done, then you can be able to think and analyze how we can work together as the case may be. Right. So I'll talk about the Nigerian environment. The Nigerian environment is divided into about 6 different climatic zones. I hope we know. Do we? How many biologists or conservationists do we have here? Hello? No? Okay, all right. So, do you remember that when you take the map of Nigeria, yes, we have how many? Majorly? 6. Thank you. We have 3 types of savannas and 3 types of forests. The 3 types of savannas are up there. We have the Sudan savanna, the Guinea savanna, and the Sahel savanna. And then down we have the rainforest, the floodplain, freshwater forest, and then the mangrove forest. Let's go to the next slide. Because I think it is important. If you want to address something, you have to know a little bit about it. And from, I don't know, maybe we're still thinking, what is it all about? Because I expect responses when I was asking these questions. So, okay, we've gone past this one, the characteristics of the youth, we've gone past that, and I don't have to, I'm sure you know it more than me. So this is the map of Nigeria I was talking about, and please permit me to be a little bit interactive about it. You can see the different climatic zones, the major ones that we have in Nigeria, and I think it is important for us to know this, so that when you are thinking of biodiversity and how you can work to manage the environment, you know where what is. That is one. So ecological zones of Nigeria, the major ones are these. Of course, we have some specific ones, like the Gashaka Gumti. It's a very, enclosed place, which is also big, rich, very rich in biodiversity. It's called biodiversity hotspot. We have the Plateau, for example, which has its separate climatic zone on its own, apart from the rest of the country. Then biological hotspot, we have the south, of course, the southern part of Nigeria. That is where you have the forest, the rainforest, the mangrove forest, and the swamp forest, and the freshwater. Then the topography, you know, we have different places. I hope you will understand what we mean by topography. The physical features of the land surface of Nigeria. Differently, you have some places that are high, you have some places that are low, you have mountains, you have valleys, you have all those different things. Because it is important, when you have an idea of where what is, then we'll have an idea what is supposed to be there, or what was supposed to be there, or what is there now. And then it will inform whatever action or activity we think we can do to restore what is happening. Next slide, please. Okay, no, just leave it there. Let me just share with us some of the facts and figures about Nigeria. Of course, about 70% of the population derive its means from livelihood from agriculture. I am a conservationist, and when we say the idea before is that don't touch that forest, don't touch that trees, don't cut that trees. But you see, if you are telling people not to cut the trees, what alternatives are you giving them? I used to tell people when I go to the villages and the communities to do environmental projects, I tell them that even me, it was these resources from these communities, from this forest, that were used to send me to school. So we are not saying totally. I remember many years back, and we're talking like this to some experts, and one man just stood up and said, "You people that you are against development," that's talking about conservationists. I just smiled, because, of course, I now knew, rather than getting angry, I knew that my job is not done yet, because it is for me to be able to explain what is happening. That, look, what I'm talking about does not concern me alone. It concerns all of us. And when we discuss it, after some time, I'm sure the man changed his mind and said, okay, it's not that you are against. Because what he meant is that we are against building of houses, cutting down trees, and so we are against development. And now, of course, after much explanation and discussion, he agreed. So let's go to the slide again. So we have, these are some of the issues and facts that over 70%, I can even say, of the population depend on the natural resources. I mean directly. And then the agricultural sector contributes about 38% towards the gross domestic product of Nigeria, aside oil. And I'm sure this is a 2022 data. By the time we do it this time, everybody now, almost everybody now, there are so many groups now, they're teaching people even to go back to the farm, even at your backyard, at your corridor, in your house, and everywhere. By the time we have the data and gather all these things together, I'm sure this figure will go up. Then the Niger Delta contains the largest tract of mangrove in Africa. Actually, Nigeria is really blessed. And then our coastline is about 853 kilometers. I think it's only Somali or so in Africa that is more than Nigeria in terms of coastline. Then over 864 species of birds, 117 amphibians, 203 reptiles, over 775 species of fish, and all these things. And likely, it's not about likely, many, many more that are yet to be discovered or documented. There's a plant, when I was young, there's a plant, I see it in Abuja now. This plant has tiny white flower, very tiny. When we were young, if we were playing and you bruise your leg, you just take the leaf of that take the leaf of that plant, rub it, the sap, you put the sap on the bruise, and you use the leaf, you spread the leaf as like plaster and put it there. 3 days, it's dried. Up till today, nobody is talking about it. I spoke with NIPRID, that's this pharmaceutical development. One time they said, okay, as you go and develop it and come, I'm waiting for somebody that will do that. That is a job, that is a career for somebody on its own. There's so many things. Let's go. So we have all this. So what are the biodiversity issues? Because, okay, why do we have to get involved in biodiversity management or conservation or preservation? I was talking before that, before, of course, maybe because we're talking with the youth now, some of the people before, in my age range and maybe older, the idea is that natural resources are infinite. Just go there, pick it, and you don't care what happens tomorrow, because you will always come there. You will always come back and get it. Then, but we know that the situation is not like that again. Then, so we have this nonchalant attitude, this complacency, that if it is really happening, there's the way they say it in one language. If it is really happening, if the sky is coming down, it is not one person's responsibility, that it's going to affect all of us. So some people have this attitude that just go ahead, when the thing happens, government will do something. But we know better now, that you don't have to wait for the government to do something. Unsustainable. So that these 2 points above now leads to unsustainable exploitation of resources. We just go there, pick the resources, we don't care what is going to happen. On a few weeks ago, I was driving through Airport Road, and I saw one place that I used to see these trees standing, beautiful. I would just be admiring them. And I was passing, I saw everywhere cleared. I was almost in tears. Not because of my personal interest and passion, but because of the immense consequences that cutting down those trees is going to have on just the micro environment alone, how much more globally? So these things are very important. Unsustainable exploitation of resources, and I think we have to, these are some of the things we'll talk about. Logging. In communities, the challenges we have about logging is that it is not the communities that are the culprits, but they are the ones that aid the culprit. And what the culprits come to do is that whereas you get to the farm, you get the ogbono tree, for example, you get the seeds from it, and you use for what you want, and you come back next year, you come back next month, and you get it. These people will come, mostly, many of them are from outside the country. They come and they give them peanuts. I was in Lashfia 2 days ago, and somebody was telling me that they went to the shea butter. They are having a project about shea, and they're using it as a biodiversity project. My office supported them. And she was trying to empower the women. There's a measure by which they sell the shea butter. So in other communities, because she wanted to really help the women, in other communities it was really cheaper. But she wants these women to produce it to international standards. So she determined that she was going to even pay them much more. Some people came from outside the country, and they were giving these women $1. $1 for that measure. And as at that time, $1 for that measure was like maybe 350 naira, right? She was paying them 800 naira, but just the fact that they saw dollar. Honestly, just the fact that they abandoned the man, and then they went after this person. So when she got there and she saw what they have done, she now told one of them that could just use a phone. I think she said whether he has an OND or so. He said, oh yeah, punch it. Get the exchange rate. Look at how much your mothers are selling the shea butter. Look at how much, compared to how much I was paying them. And in ignorance, let's go back to the slide, please. So logging is a big thing. And of course, individuals may not be able to fight it. But if we come together and we hold people responsible, and I'm sure that there will be a kind of a change of attitude and a change of mind. Conversion of agriculture to monocropping. This is another challenge, especially in those biological hotspots that I mentioned. You drive in Cross River State, and you see a whole massive land converted to palm tree plantation or cashew plantation, especially palm tree, and all the other plants that are very useful to us. Just because for now we don't have a use for them, they just clear them off. So this is another thing that is affecting biodiversity. Of course, housing and industrial structures. These days, when I see buildings and when I see estates rising up, and they're just building small houses and clearing the whole forest, and I'm like, these houses may take 1/3 of what you are using by making it story building, for example, and then that will reduce our impact on the environment. But people just want the beauty of the building, but they don't know that the plants are more beautiful than these buildings that we are seeing, not just aesthetically, but also in terms of the benefits that we have. Then of course all this leads to loss of habitat, and loss of habitat leads to loss of species, and then it goes down to, of course, another issue is increasing population. Nigeria, as of today now, I was reading over the news, and it's about 213, if I'm correct. We have different statistics from different sources. So 213 million people. Before we used to be 200. Before we used to be less and less and less than that. And the size of Nigeria is not increasing. The plants that are supposed to sustain us, they are not even standing. They are decreasing. I hope we are going along with the way I am trying to analyze these things. Let's go. So then, of course, we have faced this one, human-animal conflict. Did anybody hear about the lion that killed somebody in Ife, OAU, just last week? That is just the one that enters the news. In Yankari, games reserve. You know, we have 7 national parks in Nigeria, and all those communities. One of the things that we do is to train guards, forest guards, so that it will help them. They will be able to protect the forest better. But of course, we have accidents, human-animal conflicts, because if an animal wounded or killed somebody, the next thing is to, you know, of course, to kill the animal. And these are some of the things. Why does it get to a place, a situation where animals are attacking human beings? Because we are pushing them to the wall. We are removing their habitats. We are chasing them away. And these are some of the issues. I'm sure we will have so many other issues that affect biodiversity that we need to start thinking about, or we need to think about the more. Next slide, please. Okay, so what have we done in our own way? I just want to tell you briefly about the Jeff, because it is possible that after today, some of us will want to work with us. And so let me just brief you about some of the things we have done. The Jeff stands for the Global Environment Facility. And the Global Environment Facility is the largest funder of environmental projects in the world. And the funds are targeted mainly towards developing countries. It's a family of funds dedicated to address biodiversity loss, climate change, pollution, and strains on land and ocean health. Financial mechanism for environment-related MEAs. That's multilateral environmental agreements like the Convention on Biological Diversity, the UN Convention on the desert and desertification, the one on CITES, the prevention. CITES is a convention on international trades on endangered species, and we have the one on persistent organic pollutant, and we have the one on Minamata Convention on mercury. And then we have the almighty that is sharing name with God, UNFCCC, which is the most popular one, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the Jeff is the financial mechanism for all these ones that I mentioned. And then blended financing and policy support helps developing countries address environmental priorities and adhere to international environmental conventions. Then Jeff has provided up to $24 billion and mobilized 138 in co-financing for 5,700 national and regional projects. Next slide. Okay. Before I go to UNDP, the Jeff has 3 funding mechanisms. We have the full size, the medium size, and the small grants program, which I had in Nigeria. The full size and the medium size are managed and facilitated by the federal government of Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Environment, while the small grant is facilitated by the UNDP. So the program that I represent is called the Jeff Small Grants Program, implemented by the UNDP. UNDP is the only implementing agency of the Jeff that is in charge of the small grants. If you are interested more, we'll talk more about that. Next, please. Back to the slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the things. I just want to give you an idea of the full size project. Is anybody aware of the Great Green Wall project that has become a commission now? It started as a project funded by Jeff, and then across 11 countries. That's one project implemented by 11 countries, supported by the Jeff. So that's one of them. So UNDP intervention involves, let's go. Let us roll, please. Okay. So UNDP works majorly with the government of Nigeria, whether they are state government or federal government. And then the major thing that it does is to build capacity for inclusive and gender-focused biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, chemical or waste management, anything environment except sanitation. All right? Because there is a whole lot of body that deals with that. Then environmentally sound management of, these are some of the examples of the projects that UNDP has implemented. PBC, polychlorinated biphenyls. And HCFC, that is the gas that we have inside the ACs and the fridges and the freezers. And what UNDP did that time was to train almost all the artisans, almost all over, so that they can change the chemicals that they are using to do that. Because that HCFC chemical is the one that is affecting the ozone layer. So that's the idea. The project went on for a couple of years. Then de-risking sustainable off-grid lighting solutions in Nigeria, Africa mini-grid program, de-risking renewable energy, national appropriate mitigation actions for the Nigerian power sector. So these are some of the projects, examples of projects that UNDP, from the full size and the medium size point of view, has supported the federal government of Nigeria. So let's go. Then the Jeff Small Grants Program, and I'm sure this is where many of us will be interested. If you want to do something about biodiversity or manage the environment or get involved either as a career or as an advocate or as an activist, as the case may be, this is it. Because the full size and the medium size, there is no any national organization or any national individual that can access that fund. But the Jeff Small Grant is implemented, I mentioned, by the UNDP, established in 1992, embodies the very essence of sustainable development by thinking globally but acting locally. The idea of the small grants is that whereas we have all those gigantic projects that Jeff supports, and majority of them are on policy level, but they discovered also that many of the natural resources, almost all the natural resources we are talking about, the communities are the one closest to the natural resources. That makes them the first culprits of environmental degradation as far as their local communities are concerned, and also makes them the first victims of environmental problems. Am I correct? All right. So that is the reason why the Jeff says that whereas communities and civil society organizations may not be able to access the big fund, but they can do something in their small areas. And that is how the Jeff Small Grant was created. Provides financial and technical support to projects that conserve and restore the environment, enhance people's well-being and livelihood. So you cannot tell a community, you cannot go to a community in outside of Abuja, for example, and say, stop cutting the trees, stop using firewood and all that. What alternatives are you providing? So every environmental project must come with an alternative, a livelihood component of the project as far as the small grants program is concerned. Let's go. And then SGP demonstrates that community action can maintain the fine balance between human needs and environmental imperatives. So we can live together. Well, for some of us that believe in God, and we know God, or we believe in God, we believe that these things were not just created just for fun. They are not just created for us to just destroy them and move on. We have seen now, one of my lecturers in school says, environment, no they forget, environment, no they forgive. Yes, he doesn't forget, he doesn't forgive. What we call natural disaster, I stand to be corrected. They may be result of actions that had taken place many years back and we are seeing now. What we call natural disaster, majority of them are results of human anthropogenic actions that have taken place many years back that we are now just seeing right now. All right, so let's go. Okay, so the Jeff works in 5 major focal areas. You're welcome, sir. 5 major focal areas: biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, persistent organic pollutants, which we call chemicals now, and international waters. Whereas the Jeff, the full size and the medium size, has an additional one, and that is the ozone depleting substances. And the reason why the small grant is not involved in any project that has to do with the ozone depleting substance is because the fund that the GEF provides can never handle any of the project that has to do with ozone depleting substances. So these are these areas of our focus, and globally the GEF has worked in, we have currently 127 active countries. So as Nigeria has a small grant program, Ghana has, Benin has, Cameroon has, almost all, so we have about 127 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and all those places. Then we have 40 LCDs, least developing countries, and 37 small island developing states. So this is just a global fact and figure about SGP. Let's go. And then the principles of SGP is to develop and implement community level environmental initiatives, gather lessons, and share successful strategies and innovations, build partnerships and networks of stakeholders. Majorly, gender mainstreaming. And when I talk of gender mainstreaming, I'm not talking of man and woman. I'm talking of inclusiveness. Both the physically challenged, the men, the women, the youth, and everybody included. Right? And then monitoring and evaluation is also one of the big things. When anybody, if any NGO has any relationship with us, immediately the relationship starts, will tell you that this one is marriage for life, because we will always come after you, even after the implementation of the projects that we are supporting. Why? Because, number one, from your end, a good turn deserves another. If you implement any project that is worthwhile, then we stick our neck out to ensure that you get more support. Not even with SGP, but with others. We have done that before. Then, bottom-up advocacy and policy engagement. Many of these, I mentioned the multilateral environmental agreement. So many of them, the obligations of Nigeria, if they are looking for the nitty-gritty of how they are meeting the Nigerian obligation, you come to SGP and we give you data of what is happening. And many of them come to us when they are going for these international deliberations and meetings. We give them information and we give them data of how Nigeria is meeting her own part of the story. Let's go. So the intervention areas, in case I want to believe that you'll be interested, let's go. Community-based conservation of threatened ecosystem and species. You know, I mentioned about the troubles of biodiversity that we had before, and then sustainable agriculture and fisheries and food security. Low carbon energy access co-benefit. Local to global coalition for chemicals and waste management. Catalyzing sustainable urban solutions. Community-based adaptation to climate change, and then civil society and government, private sector policy and planning dialogue and platforms. So if you have any idea that is related to any of this, then you can speak with us and we are ready to work with you as long as you are ready to work with us. Usually I tell people that NGOs that don't work with us, I mean, for us not to work with any NGO or any entity, NGO that are our partners, it is their decision, not our decision. Let's go. So these are some of our national impacts. This shaded area in the map, those are the places where we have had projects. And this one, I don't know if it is clear. The 5 focal areas that I mentioned about, these are the different the measure of projects that we have supported in those different focal areas. Next, please. Okay, these are some of the facts and figures that my sister mentioned before. CSO partners, national coverage, states where we have worked, and the amount that has been given out to support these community environmental initiatives. Let's go. Then the example of projects in these places, we have in 29 states, as I mentioned, we have all these different types of projects. So why I'm sharing this with us is that so that you are, if you are thinking of any ideas, then you can see whether it aligns with what we do, and then whether we can take it up from there and we can work together. Next slide, please. Yeah, so These are some of the projects that we have implemented. And I want to talk about this last one. Many of the projects that I have mentioned in the last slide, they are all biodiversity related projects. That's why I chose those ones to discuss with us. Don't worry, I will share the slide with us, the PDF of the slide of the presentation with us. So, sorry, the slide again. All right. This last point is talking about the first river in Africa to achieve a right status. And that is River Ethiopia in Niger Delta. In Delta State, sorry. In Delta State. The river cuts across, I think, 3 states. And then there is even international community has taken it up, and that river now is at the verge of becoming the first ever river in Africa to have a right status. So it will have a right status, like I have my human rights, a river will have its own right. And we're talking of biodiversity. The essence is just to conserve the river so that people don't protect the watershed, so that people don't just go ahead and exploit it in unsustainable manner, which has been the story before. Next slide, please. Next. All right. And then, of course, I was mentioning many of the projects that we have supported have won international award, the Equator Award, and many of them. The one that in state school, for example, in Abuja here, all the over 60, almost 70 state schools, we're trying to raise climate champions. And with that project, some of them have even won international awards with their ideas and their innovations. Let's go. All right, so my final thoughts. And this is where I want us to put our thinking caps on. Man cannot survive without nature and natural resources. Am I correct? Everything that we are putting on, from our head to our toe, where we are standing, everything is taken from the environment. Everything. We may have modified it, converted it to one thing or the other. Everything is taken from the environment. So man cannot survive. Go, please let me have the slide. Okay. And then most wars, think about it. Most wars, communal clashes, disasters, and so on are results of man's desire to control nature. The adults have failed, and this is what I have brought to you. The youth cannot afford to repeat the same mistakes. It is important for us to know, to think about it. And it's not the end of the road. There are great opportunities to harness the strengths to address the challenges. We all have them here. If everybody should put his or her thinking cap on now, we all have the solutions. But when we think about it, the solutions are there, right? To make a change, things must change. Mindset, thinking, action, and methods have to change. We have to continue. I mentioned before, one of their characteristics is to challenge the status quo. Ask questions and see how we can make amends. Strategies to address environmental issues must be holistic, with all stakeholders on board. The communities that I talked about, when you get to the communities and you are saying, this is the idea we want to sell to you, this is what is the problem in your community, by the time you sit down with them, you will change, most of the time you will change your strategy, you will change your program. We got to one program in one of these villages, one of these communities up northeast, and by the time you got there, you want to promote conservation and environmental management, and they're just looking at you like this. When we finished speaking, they said, okay, if you want us to listen to you, build us schools. We don't have schools. So we have to start with building, I think, a 4-classroom of school for the community. By the time you do that, they're ready to now listen to you. And everything you are selling to them or you are discussing with them, they're ready to listen. Yeah, I'll round up now. Okay, all right. So, okay, all right. These are some of the things. Refuse to be shallow. Seek knowledge. Please, social media is very important, but please, the youth, let's seek knowledge. Know what the nitty-gritty is about environment is. Not just talking, oh, we have to protect the environment. Why? what are the mechanisms and all that. Identify gaps. It is the first our benefits, because somebody will say, why do I have to do that? When you protect the environment, you are the first beneficiary before you even get to the whole world. Don't expect help from outside. It can come. I'm not saying that you should not take help from outside, but please don't let the solution is within us. The solution is here. We have the solutions. All we need to do is to sit down. Our mindset have to change. That look, we have the solution to our problems. We can get support. We can get support from outside. But please, our solution lies within us. I will round up. I will round up now because of time, right? Okay, and I will round up with this message from Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General. Can you put it on the slide for me? That's, I think, about the last one. He said, the hope of the world rests on the young people. On this note, I say thank you very much for listening to me.
A round of applause. At this point, I strongly believe we should all leave here with an MSc in environmental protection after the keynote speech we just had from Iburonke. A round of applause for her again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, moving on for the sake of time. Our Mentimeter results are out now. Technical crew, if you can just display on the screen. We had a total of 228 responses from our physical participants and the virtual participants as well. The texts may be a bit small, so I'll just be reading them from my device as well. Let's wait for the technical crew to put that on display. Very interesting responses. I know it's very tiny, but don't worry. I have you covered. So the question again, for those people who were not in the room at the time we started, if you were Nigeria's Minister of Environment for a day, what immediate action will you take to protect biodiversity? So some responses that we got very interesting. Combat illegal trade, create a database of, okay, this is half. Then ensure grid parity. We have wildlife protection laws, forward-thinking forums like this that we're having today, invasive species control, ensure we need to enforce laws, strengthen enforcement, free environmental education and advocacy, just like SustyVibes has done through this project. Stop illegal activities, review all our policies, very important. Environmental legislations as well, ban charcoal production, stop deforestation, regional projects should be implemented, planting of trees, encourage electric cars, very interesting responses here. Then we should also have policies of mining, and I mean a host of them. But a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you for this pool of ideas that we have come up with. I would like to recognize the presence of. We need to take our pictures quickly before you run off. So if you don't mind, thank you. I'll just call. We'll have two. Picture sessions. The first for the press photo. So when I call your name, please just make your way to the stage. Mr. Johannes, thank you. ACJ Abdullahi Ahmed, representing Dr. Musa Goni, the Consular General Nigeria. Andrew Dum, the Country Director, Wildlife Conservation Society. Tunde Anifowoshe, SustyVibes Projects and Partnerships Director. Miriam Ahmed, member of SustyVibes Steering Committee, and Olatomide, Bioverse NG Steering Committee member. So we'll have this first set of pictures. This is our press photo. Thank you. All right, so for the second as well, are we good? Photo? photographer, yeah. All right, so for the second, Mr. Johannes, you still be there. Laura Maria from the German embassy as well. A round of applause for them as they walk up, please. Then Dahiru M. Lawal, Deputy Director, DD and CZM, Ecological Project Office. Then Afolabi KM, Mr. A.S. Isa, Mr. Moses Ama. Keep it coming, keep clapping. My beautiful Sonia, where are you in the room? Please join the photograph. And I don't know if it's possible, can we also have on the screen Jennifer, our director? If the photographer can capture both the screen, that would be great. But if not, we'll just move on. Can we have Jennifer on the screen? Yes, no? Hannah, any signal for that? Okay. So just 1 minute, so that would, yes. So I'm just going to hide somewhere so that I'm not in the frame. Give me 1 second. Jennifer, if you can have your head, have a bit more headroom. Yes, great. So can we move towards Jennifer? But don't get to the light so that it doesn't affect you. Yeah. Yes, excellent. Yeah, just come closer. Great. So Jennifer, a pretty smile. Everybody smile. Bioverse. No, you're actually looking at him. That's where the photo is. Okay, 1, 2, go. Did you get that? Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. A round of applause for them as they walk back to their seats. Okay. All right, at this point, I would like to call up on stage our very own project manager at SustyVibes, the delectable Hannah Omokai, for her presentation. She'll be walking us through the workshop session. Please, a round of applause for Hannah. Hannah doesn't sleep. Hannah has been working assiduously to ensure the success of this project. Please, a round of applause. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Make it louder. Thank you. Welcome, Hannah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, wow. Thank you very much for joining us. And such an honor to be here. And thank you very much, Lady Irene. So I'll just go over to my presentation now. So in a few minutes, I will be taking us through the Bioverse NG workshop, which was one of our first key activities that we did in the Bioverse NG project, which brought everybody together, who we now call Bioverses. All right, so to give a background, the Bioverse NG workshop was a 6 weeks virtual learning workshop that aimed at promoting climate action and biodiversity protection through knowledge sharing, participation, and inclusion. And we started this journey by calling for applications. We had over 1,000 entries from different regions of Nigeria. And, we were able to screen and get 958 young people. And 400 came from Southwest. We have Southeast, 88 from, and like that. Then we also had an healthy mix of male and female gender. We had, I'm sorry, is my slides up? Okay, so we had 527 male and 441 female. So in the Bioverse NG workshop, we had a couple of topics. And first week, biodiversity and climate change. And we were so honored to have Dr. Adenike Akinshemolu, who is the founder Green Institute, who gave us, introduction into what biodiversity is, the interrelationship of biodiversity and climate change, its impact on climate change, and the impact of climate change on biodiversity. We also learned about biomimicry. Are there bioversers in this house? Great. Next, we had our week 2 topic on understanding biodiversity in the Nigerian context, and we're so honored to have Mr. Andrew Dorn, the Nigerian Culture Director of the Wildlife Conservation Society, who is also here with us. Then we also have Dr. Stella from the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. So they gave us details into the main ecosystems that we have in Nigeria, the various biodiversity hotspots we have, the threat to biodiversity conservation, and we also got to learn about how the conservation efforts happening at the Lekki Conservation. So in week 3, we explored the political landscape of biodiversity in Nigeria, where we learned about the legal framework of biodiversity in Nigeria. We got to learn about environmental impact assessment, and I must say that for many of our participants, it was their first time of learning about the EIA and the importance to biodiversity. Then we also learned about the best practice for effective biodiversity policies. In our week 4, we talked about ecosystem-based adaptation for biodiversity in Nigeria. We had Musa Ibrahim and Nazrin. They taught us about the principles of EBA, that's ecosystem-based adaptation. We also got to learn about the case study of Jeji Restoration Project, which is led by Surge Africa, one of the very rare and special EBA projects currently running in Nigeria. Then after the session, our participants were given the opportunity to collaborate and design an EBA project, which they presented at our regional dialogue. Then for our week 5, we looked at the interconnectedness of tech and biodiversity. So we got to learn about various technology tools for biodiversity and the roadmap to starting a career in conservation technology. And this session was held by Fatih Ramzi from Eden Creation Care Initiative. Then we also had Akano Amid, who is a bioinformatics PhD student. Then finally, for our week 6, we were so honored to have our founder, Jennifer Uchendu, and Chinedu Mogbo, who is a member of Bioverse NG Steering Committee and the founder of Green Fingers Wildlife Initiative. And it was basically a storytelling session where we got to know about various conservationists across Africa, how they got to that journey, what they're doing differently, and we also explored various pathways to a successful career in biodiversity. So after this 6 weeks learning, we've seen huge impact across Nigeria. We've seen our participants, we've seen increase, in their passion for biodiversity. I was in a WhatsApp group one time, and somebody was saying that before now, she didn't even think that frogs were essential for the ecosystem. You see an ant, you match it. But now, after this session on understanding biodiversity that day, she got the knowledge and she was like, oh, I'm changing my mindset. I'm telling everybody. nature lovers across the 6 regions of Nigeria, whom we now call Bioverse rather. Then we've seen, advocacy online. We've seen advocacy. We're also part of the advocacy, the green work for the Ogupa Forest Reserve in Ibadan. Then after the workshop, our top 7 participants were selected for the Bioverse NG internship. And, we have 2 of them present here. And I'm very sure that you're going to be learning about the amazing things that they've gone ahead to do during their internship program. And I'd like to say that, all of this impact and successes is not possible without the efforts of our facilitators, who really did a lot of work. They literally poured their minds and their experience on us, and we are so grateful to each and every one of them. Then sincere gratitude to all our community managers and all our volunteers, who supported the Bioverse NG workshop, because it was really massive, handling that huge crowd. And of course, our steering committee members who are also present here for their constant guidance throughout the project. And I would like to end with this quote by UNESCO, which I love so much. And it says that the future of biodiversity will depend on the global collective action of an educated society. And I would like to say that the Bioverse NG project is one of these projects that is championing this cause and ensuring that we have a great future, a youth-led approach to biodiversity protection in Nigeria. And we're looking for this phase. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. Fantastic job, well done. I'd like to call on Sonia, who would be introducing our interns to us and taking on, the certificate presentation as well. Sonia, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Okay, as Hannah mentioned during our presentation, we organized the Bioverse NG internship program, where we had top 7 participants from the workshop intern at various conservation organizations in Nigeria. And although we had 7, we were only able to have 2 of them on ground today. So I'm just going to invite them to the stage for the presentation of their certificates. So please, let's welcome Ekechi Constance, who interned with the Wildlife Conservation Society Nigeria. Thank you. To join her on the stage and to also present the certificate, I would like to welcome the country director, Mr. Andrew Don of Wildlife Conservation Society Nigeria. Okay. I would also like to invite the ACG as well of the National Park Service to also join us here. Please let's give him a round of applause. Okay. Sorry, sir. All right, thank you very much. For 3 months, Constance worked in the Calabar office of WCS. Thank you and congratulations once again. Okay, I'm going to call on our second intern, Precious Umo Okechukwu. Also, to present this certificate, I'll be inviting our keynote speaker, Mrs. Ibiroke Olubamiche, the national coordinator, to present the certificate. Thank you, Ma. And I would also like to invite Dr. Moses Ama, the coordinator of the Red Plus program in the Ministry of Environment. Okay. I think Mr. Andrew, you can also join them here as well. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And also a big congratulations to our interns that are also joining us virtually. We have Gondi, we have Oba, we have Abdul Majid as well. Congratulations once again. So I'm just going to hand over to our moderator, Irene. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. With the tremendous impact of the Bioverse NG project, having trained over 350 Nigerians and empowered them with an increased knowledge of the linkage between climate and biodiversity. Would at this point like to hear from the steering committee, and to speak to us, I would like to invite Miriam Ahmed. A round of applause for Miriam as she walks up. Clap like you're excited and you can't wait to hear from Miriam. Thank you. Don't you love her in her pink?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the steering committee, Balkis Salahuddin Ibrahim, Chinedu Mogbo, Nwachuku Chris, Peace Baridapsi, Olatomide, and myself, we extend a warm welcome to everyone here, both present physically and virtually. And we would like to just, run through our involvement in this project, right from the project start. It's been a privilege to leverage our collective experiences in providing strategic guidance through regular meetings for this project. The journey has been very rewarding for us, and witnessing the project flourish to the successful completion right now is very, very rewarding. The Bioverse project is evident that our collective resolve to tackle pressing issues facing our planet is very important. And it is vital, very vital, that this project is being driven by a group of young people. As you can see on the screen, we're all young, and we helped steer this project. So this project started out from the workshop, and we then went into the regional activities. We also had an online competition where a lot of young people got to participate in, and the internship placement. And up until the point of this conference, we are really glad of the success this project has had. It has been very incredible working with Jennifer, Hannah, Sonia, and the entire team. We express our deepest gratitude to SustyVibes for the opportunity to be a part of this narrative-changing project. We also express our gratitude to the Embassy of Germany here in Nigeria, and to each stakeholder who has played a vital and integral role in the success of this project. And lastly, our message to everyone here is that this is just the beginning. Though the project might be coming to an end, but this is just the beginning for us to all come together to keep the ongoing dialogue active on climate action, biodiversity protection, and environmental stewardship. Let us keep making sustainability cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her once again. Okay, so we'll be taking a short break. Our tea break is now. And yes, everything has been served. So we'll just, in a very orderly manner, I think the ushers are at the back. They would also be directing on how you'd go towards the back for your tea break. So I'll see you all very soon. It's a 30-minute break, and then we reconvene for the final lap of this conference. All right. So I'll see you at the back. Please ensure you network because you really don't know who you're going to meet here. So for our online participants, you may as well just get yourself a cup of coffee or tea, snacks, and feel refreshed. We'll be back. I'll see you soon. While we're having our tea break, we have Gideon who will be serenading us with beautiful melodies. Gideon, the hall is yours.
It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. So.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gideon Adamson. Uh, I will be doing a small piece to serenade us this afternoon. I want to first of all appreciate the organizers of the program for the opportunity, and I want you to listen and enjoy as we enjoy the tea break. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
would we would continue in 5 minutes. So at 12:20, at exactly 12:20 would commence. So please try to hurry up with your tea and coffee. Thank you. see we're all re-energized, and I hope you enjoyed your tea break. I see that people have also taken out time to network. Beautiful to see. However, we have saved the best for the last. And this last segment, the session 3, and emerging biodiversity issues from Nigeria and key takeaways. We would commence with our panel discussion, which would be handled by Sonia Ugunna, the head of projects at SustyVibes. So I would employ everyone to join me in welcoming Sonia Ugunna again as she calls up her panelists for the panel conversation. A round of applause for Sonia, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I hope we all enjoyed the break. Thank you once again for staying tuned to the program. Like Hannah mentioned during her presentation, we had the Bioverse NG regional dialogues in 6 locations across Nigeria. And at those dialogues, one of our core focus was to identify key and trending biodiversity issues in Nigeria, peculiar to their local context. On identifying these themes, we realized that a lot of young people are aware of biodiversity challenges in these locations, but are not fully informed on what they can do or how they can participate. So this panel session is meant to bring together young people and also stakeholders across the conservation sector in Nigeria to discuss the issues on ground and then how the opportunities and how young people can participate in this program. So I'm going to welcome our physical panelists who will be joined by our virtual panelists, and the youth leads are going to be joining us virtually, and then we have our physical panelists here as well. So please assist me in welcoming Dr. Musa Ibrahim Goni, the Conservator General, National Park Service Nigeria, ably represented by ACG Abdullahi Ahmad. Dr. Musa is a seasoned conservationist and protected area manager who started his working career in 1983 in Kenji Lake National Park, New Busa, Niger State, and rose through the ranks to the apex of as an assistant. 3 years of his service in the field of conservation, Dr. Goni has attended national and international workshops, conferences, as well as served in many committees within and outside the country. He is a recipient of several awards, some of which include Award of Excellence by Caring Climate Theme, Award of Excellence by Bogu Youth Development Association. Please let's welcome Dr. Ibrahim, represented by the ACG. All right, thank you. Our second panelist would be Fatima Magaji, who is an environmentalist, certified climate champion, and the founder of the environmental initiative Farm for Future. This platform enables her to leverage collaborations and partnerships to champion environmental sustainability initiatives in Nigeria. In 2022, she was selected as one of the 2 young people who represented Nigeria at the first edition of the Pan-African Agency for the Great Green Wolves Green Youth Caravan, joining other participants from members who learn about combating desertification, drought, and land degradation. Please let's give her a round of applause once again. And finally, we have Dr. Moses Ama. And Dr. Moses is the Director of Forestry at the Federal Ministry of Environment and the National Coordinator, Nigeria Red Plus Program, a United Nations climate intervention program in Nigeria. Thank you. Also joining us virtually, we have our virtual participants. Tech team, can you please confirm if they are on? Our tech team, please. Andrew Musa, who is representing the Northeast Bioverse community. We held the regional dialogue in Maiduguri, and he participated and led that program. Please let's give them a round of applause. Hopefully he's able to join us as soon as possible. Media, can you please confirm if they are online and can hear us? All right, thank you very much. We also have Gozie Goswill from Southeast Regional Dialogues, and we have Ruby Achenyo from Northwest Regional Dialogues in Kaduna, and we have Faith Calabo from the South-South, Olaide Olawuwo from North Central, and Lydia Oyediran from the Southwest. So they would all be introducing themselves, speaking. So the style of this panel is going to be hybrid, virtual and physical, and we'll be asking our virtual participants questions, and then from those questions it will lead to responses from our distinguished panelists here as well. So our first question would be then to our bioversers our youth representative, that's Gozie. In Nigeria, we understand that one of the major contributors to biodiversity loss in Nigeria are human-centered activities, and we can see the effect in several ways in our country. We can see it in the Southeast, where deforestation has become a menace and a topic for this discussion. Even in the Southwest, we have habitat encroachment and destruction, and in the North Central, they are battling wastewater pollution of a very major source of water in their community. So I'm just going to invite Gozie to discuss how the Southeast has been battling deforestation, which is a major contributor to biodiversity loss, and share his thoughts on the contributing factors and the role that young people have been playing in reversing this menace. So over to you, media, please.
My name is Goswi Gozie from Southeast Region. Okay, I'll be sharing with us the factors that contribute to deforestation in Southeast Nigeria, some of the major factors that leads to deforestation, which eventually leads to biodiversity loss. So one of the major factors is the use of trees or wood for fuel. The use of wood for fuel, which as a result of poverty, so many persons cannot afford cook stoves, so they resort to cutting down trees and converting them to wood for fuel. So as a result of this, there is an excessive destruction of these trees. There is an exorbitant amount of trees being cut down at every point in time in Southeast Nigeria, and it's affecting ecosystem, it's affected biodiversity a whole lot. Okay, and some of the ways we can go about, can you all hear me? Can I get feedback? Am I audible enough? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so information is power. I know that there's so many communities and so many persons in the Southeast region, they don't really know about the effect of their activity, like cutting down trees and converting them to fuel, sources of fuel. So youth actions, advocacy action on social media through organizing platforms for conferences and seminars, sensitizing Southeast region, the citizens of Southeast region on deforestation and how to reduce this excessive cutting down or felling of trees. It will go a long way. So one of the actions, one of the things that youth are going to do in order to mitigate this is advocacy. We can use our social media handle to advocate for this. We can also organize workshops, seminars, platform in our local community so as to sensitize people and pass on this information to them. So that when they know about this thing, I think it will
Recording
go a
stopped.
long way. It will go a long way to reducing the excessive felling of trees, and it will also help in improving
Recording
our
in
biodiversity
progress.
and conserving our local ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Lydia, to share thoughts on encroachment in the Southwest region and its effect on biodiversity.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me, please? Can I confirm that you're hearing me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we are hearing. All right, thank you very much. I'm Lydia, representing the Southwest zone. All right, okay, so a clear example that comes to mind would be the recent attempt by the Oyo State government to convert the Okumpa Forest Reserve into residence, by the Oyo State government to convert the Okumpa Forest Reserve into residential estates. And these, I must believe, attracted the attention of professionals locally and also internationally. And for me, why this concerns me is because I'm a resident in the States, residing within the Ibadan metropolis. And for me, this reserve also serves as actually serves as a watershed to the Okumpa River. And not just that, it's also supposed to abate the flooding problems in which we face in Ibadan. And a sad story also comes to mind where in 2022, just the place where I work, a woman, a trader, lost a son that is after who drowned after an heavy flooding. And this implies that if we do not have vegetation, if we have a loss of trees, and it's going to cause more severe problems. So it means that if this Okumpa Forest Reserve is taken off, completely decimated, it means that we'll have more severe problems. And when that happens, we have destruction of lives and properties. And not just that, for our animal species or wildlife species, you have them leave that preferred habitat because they've lived all their lives in that particular place. And when that happens, you have increased human-wildlife conflict. And in such instances is where you have, snake species in homes, in houses, in the toilets, in the bathroom, or even for areas we're close to, for example, protected areas, you find, monkeys going to take food from farmlands and all of those things. So it means that if we do not conserve biodiversity, it's going to affect us in the long run, and that effect is sometimes something we can't pay for. I know there's the general heat wave that everybody's experiencing, and it's due to the intensity of sunlight and how it's affecting us. And for me, it has caused a lifestyle modification. I tend to want to wear in this season brighter colors, clothing with brighter colors, something very light that is not going to cause me to sweat. And all of these are the intangible benefits that the environment provides for me that I do not pay for. I mean, some people might say that, okay, well, I could get an umbrella to give me the shade, but the umbrella is not going to serve as, a suitable habitat for the bird to thrive. It's not going to serve as an habitat for, the lizards, the animals in the soil, and all of those things, those interactions that occur. So it means that when this is also about diversity, it's not just for the immediate effect, but it has, a long-term effect on myself, and not just for myself, people who are living around. And these would affect not just me, the entire community. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Lydia. We've listened to responses from diverse communities, that's in the south, east, and also in the southwest. So I'm just going to direct this question to Dr. Moses. There are several issues contributing to biodiversity loss, especially with regards to human activities. So can you kindly share what specific measures are being implemented in terms of especially protecting our forest habitats to ensure their conservation and to prevent biodiversity loss?
Thank you very much. Well, I think I have a deep voice. If not responding, I'm not sure it's responding. No. But There is the need for this generation to begin to see that there is trouble and action is needed to be taken. There are basic things that have brought us to where we are, beyond the climate change challenge that just came in recent years. Overexploitation is one major issue. That overexploitation is driven by us. What are we doing to ameliorate that? From where we sit as policymakers, we try to bring policies to help change this narrative. There are policies as to bring down one tree, you plant two. Are we enforcing it? That's another question. Every tree you bring down, by the policies that government has put in place, you should be able to replace. Are we sustainably harvesting? Because if you don't do that, then you are just being unfair. If our foreparents took the level and got all out, will you have any to give the table and the roof for the now? So, the advocacy that is coming is quite exciting, and the youth must drive this because, like I say in some areas, I say some of us are beginning to get into the lounge for where our boarding passes will be given to us. So it means you have a long time to get to that point. What are you going to leave behind? So it is very exciting that you are driving this now, and we need to encourage you. Partnership, advocacy, and you must identify the gains in doing things differently in sustainable management than overexploitation. The opportunities that this loss of habitat can bring to you. Today we are talking around recycling. We are talking around, clean energy. We are talking around taking invasive species and turn them to useful purposes. Water hyacinth, Nipah palm, typha grasses. Yes, there are invasive species that are tampering with our ecosystem and bringing about, disruption of the biodiversity. How do you take advantage of it is how you want to think out of the box. So I want to encourage us that, yes, the Ministry of Environment is very disposed to partnership. The Red Plus program, for which I have been driving, the opportunities that are available for the youth to begin to do things in terms of, restoration of any degraded area, because there is what we call beyond carbon benefit, which is what we are talking about biodiversity. I had Manawunke in a presentation said, look, the first beneficiaries of conservation are the people within the conserved area. The water cleaning is you that will begin to get better water if you conserve your water. The health issues, you are the one that will first look healthy before we begin to talk of environment outside us. So what do we do now is to tell ourselves that, look, we must do things differently. It's no more business as usual. The population is not helping us. The land is not increasing. Instead, it's shrinking. How do we take advantage of these all indicators that are with us and begin to do and manage our environment in a way that we can hand over something, and we that are still living, we can take what is there and use it efficiently so that we don't allow the hazard that they are thrown to us. I was in a meeting yesterday and we were talking about where the ShopRite is, the lake that is there. It's a biodiversity spot that we can make story around it as youths. How are we taking advantage of that? You can get to the ministry and begin to say, as a team, to say, look, we see this lake and we want to use it as an example to show how to conserve and bring gains, even to the seat of government. You can harvest the water hyacinth and use it for something that is more productive. As an example, I just brought that because it's here in Abuja where you can relate it. These are things that the youth should begin to think. You must be very innovative so that you can take advantage of the challenges that climate change is bringing on us. Very sound. So you need to put us under pressure to bring things that will be able to encourage you to drive them. So that's my
Thank you very much, sir. I think the key takeaway would be putting the ministry under pressure, and we would be happy if we know that once we come, we'll be welcome, just like we got responses from you regarding this conference. So we're going to revert to our virtual participants, and this time around we want to talk about the level of awareness of key issues in both the North Central and in the South as well. So I'll be calling on Olaide to share to share more information, to shed more light on the biodiversity challenge of wastewater pollution in North Central, specifically Kwara. Thank you. Over to you, media, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olaide Olawo from Ilorin, Kwara State. I want to congratulate the Bioverse and SustyVibes on the National Bioverse NG Conference. As regards North Central, the major issue as regards human activities around major water that serve Ilorin Metropoli, that consists of 4 local governments, and it's majorly from the data we have 530 registered smallholder fish farmers that depend on Asadam River to produce fish. Unfortunately, weekly we have 267,750 kg of catfish supplied to Nigerian market, and 1,171 metric ton of catfish is being supplied. Now, in the course of having learned from having been part of Bioverse NG program, workshop, and regional conference, I have an interaction with the farmer because over time, it's in public domain, over time, government have been making announcement of banning activities of fish farmers. But if you look at it very well, if you have surveyed around as a local government in Ilorin West, that the fish farmers have been largely operated, you will observe that we have orange of even more than the data, the 530 data of fish farmer that I have is actually from a cooperative. I can tell you that quite a number, more than 1,000 of boats, those that have ponds around the water, Asadam River, and those that do the open fishing on with boat. But the major issue is that, especially the smallholder farmers that do the fish farming, the challenge we have is that the waste from their pond is being released to the Asadam water. And this is the water that supply water to Ilorin Metropoli that consists of 4 local governments, as I did mention earlier. So as youth, we are worried that we've not been it has been complaining from farmer and also government. There has not been a concrete action that can be leveraged on to ensure that the water from the ponds are recycled before being released to the water body. And the impact of this is that the living organism, the biodiversity of the water ecosystem have been altered because of the waste from the pond. So hopefully we are looking forward to see water agency, Ministry of Water, and water board to take action to ensure that the regulation is being put in place and possibly co-create solution with the farmer so that this can be helped, because majorly we have a bit of awareness. We look at things, trend of things, but this is majorly on government side to provide solution to ensure that waste is being properly managed before being disposed to the water body. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Olaide. So over to the Northeast, where we want to discuss how much desertification has impacted the local communities and the level of preparedness in that region to be able to ameliorate the effects on biodiversity loss. So I'll be inviting Andrew Musa from the Northeast Regional Dialogue. Media, please.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I am Andrew Musa, the Community Manager for Northeast Regional Dialogue, and I'd like to talk on the effect of deforestation that had led to desertification in the Northeast and also loss of biodiversity. It is a well-known fact that the Northeast has suffered insurgency for over a decade and a half, and this has led to displacement of people in thousands, leaving their ancestral homes to a safe zone. And where they left became what is supposed to be having a lot of vegetation, and where they went to also had a lot of vegetation. But because a lot of them went there without any source of livelihood, the only thing they had to do for survival was to cut down trees and to make charcoal out of it. And a lot of people whom they met there never had those knowledge of doing those things, and so they resulted into joining them. And then we have charcoal making at an industrial level, which has led to massive deforestation in a very short time. And this had led to desertification, and we also had a dry spell, which is an initial stage of drought, and then it has affected a lot of farmers that farm, and their crops died, and then they are left with nothing. We also have heat waves. As I'm speaking with you now, the current temperature in Adamawa State reads around 41 to 42. We also had flash floods and erosion, which leaves the land deformed. And then we also have siltation of the River Benue. If you look at the River Benue, it's one of the major rivers we're having, but today it's almost, the layman would say it's drying up, but it's actually siltation. Now, most of these things are being caused by human activities. Now, those places where those people left, the soldiers, we hear that they cut them down because they want to have good visibility, so they are not going to be attacked. And the cause or the effect of all of these things is that most of the wildlife, which animals, leave those places because their habitat is no more. So the wildlife there are no more, and those people also who go there to cut down those trees are also part of the problem, because what they do is whenever they see any of the wildlife, monkeys per se, or they shoot them down because they don't have anywhere to hide. And the issue of drought has led to a lot of poverty because there's no food in the middle of rainy season. The rain just ceases like that, and then you have to replant and all of that. So those are the major causes. But presently, we have a lot of emerging youth organizations that are coming up in the Northeast. We have Katai, X-Peace Initiative. We also have Human Angle. We have Yola Renewal Foundation. And then we also have Nigerian Earth Warriors. And all of those are youth-led organizations that are working on climate change or climate issues. And in the region, we have the Northeast Governors Forum that are working on Akresal, which is a World Bank project, and they are really doing a lot, although we know that the problem is just too much, but a lot needs to be done again so that we can fight back the issue of climate change and deforestation, as well as desertification as well. Thank you very much, and that is all from me from Adamawa State. Thank you, and have a nice time.
I'm just going to ask Fatima. Fatima is an example of a young person who has been able to successfully collaborate with an MDA in pushing awareness for greater climate action. So please, Fatima, can you share suggestions or tips for young people? How can we drive immediate action? How can we make the push? How can we collaborate with ministries to ensure that there is immediate action to tackle biodiversity loss?
Okay, thank you, Sonia. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think what really worked for me was when I decided to get involved, the first thing I did was to gain sufficient knowledge on the topic. And I don't mean like getting PhD kind of knowledge, but just knowing the basics on how you can engage, right? So after doing that, then I started attending a couple of conferences on environmental issues in Nigeria. I started going to ministry events just to see how the things are going. And you know, the director of forestry mentioned collaborations and partnerships. And I think that is very important. If you want to like collaborate and partner with government agencies, my tip is to really try to build relationships with them, because so many young people complain about maybe the ministries or the government agencies not being too receptive and stuff like that. And you know, you always hear this thing going back and forth saying that people are more inclined to do things for people who they have a relationship with. The people that are in government are not they are not foreigners, you know, they are Nigerians, they are our neighbors, they are our friends on Instagram, they are our cousins, they are our relatives, you know. So it's really just trying to build a relationship with them. And you know, if we come off too aggressive and like, let's just be more empathetic and then really identify where we feel like we can collaborate. So for example, you want to partner with the National Agency for the Great Green Wall. One of the first things that you need to do is that know what the agency does, know where it operates. So for example, the agency operates in the northeast to the northwest, which are the dry lands of the Nigeria, right? So if you're coming to the agency to talk about southeast, southwest, it doesn't work, you know. So that's where sometimes they just feel like, oh, these young people, they don't know anything. These are things that you can easily Google and find out before even stepping into the conversation. And then another thing I think is advocacy. So so many young people are advocates for education, you know, affordable and clean energy, and responsible consumption and production, which is my personal favorite. But I think I would like to see more advocates for life on land, which is goal 15. And one thing is to really streamline where you feel like you can make an input. If you say you're advocating for this, you're advocating for that, you become a jack of all trades and master of none. And you know, the environmental issues are so much. So even if you say you're doing energy, you're doing environment, it's so wide, it's a lot. So even in the environment, you say, okay, I'm just doing environment. You have to really streamline it. That's one thing that really works. And then apart from advocacy, policy influence, you know, Nigeria has a lot of fantastic and beautiful policies on paper, but how about the implementation? Young people, we really need to push for we really need to push for them to consult us in these as these policies are being made too, because we are also stakeholders. So how then do we get these policies to be implemented? So it really boils down to sitting down to study these policies and seeing how we can intervene. And then another thing is educational awareness and campaigns. There are so many of us that are already engaged with schools, right? So many, whether it is, at least you went to a polytechnic, you went to a primary school, you went to a secondary school, there's a school close to your area, you know. There are so many things that we can do. And I think for any young person who is in this hall right now, you must already be a change maker to be here. So if you want to engage in terms of educational awareness, you can look into, you know, materials that already exist, like children's books. I remember last year, the National Agency for the Great Green Wall launched this children's book on environmental conservation, and we're able to get these books to 11 frontline states and the FCT. But you know, there are so many materials that already exist, but how do we make them mainstream? How do we get them into the local language? How do we get them into the nooks and crannies where they need to be? Because we publish these books, they sit down in the office, you know, they don't really go to anywhere. So maybe it now boils down to, you know, translating these books into the local language, and then you can also showcase documentaries. There are so many documentaries that exist too. Maybe the issue would be maybe getting it into the local language. And I don't just mean for students. This could also be for people in the communities, right? They can also benefit from this awareness too. So you can reach out to the producers of these documentaries too. They will most likely give you the document. They will even provide support for you to carry out your project. I remember there was this youth couple that reached out to us last year. who is serving in Zamfara State, and he reached out to us saying that he's doing his CDS on EPS, right? The normal EPS is just sweeping and mopping. So this guy decided to engage in environmental education, and he started writing out letters to people that he knows that have written books, asking them to donate these books. He got the donations. We also donated these books to him. We sent it to him. He did it very nice. It was very lovely. I was in awe of what he did. What one person did in a state. Do you understand? These coppers are everywhere. They are more into communities than ourselves. So sorry, Nigerian English. So they are into these communities. They are being posted every day, and it's a 1-year mandatory youth service. So there's a lot that you can achieve with that year of service that you can do. I remember my own personal story is that in 2022, this organization reached out to me to mentor some students for a competition that they were going to do. So we took these students to a factory in Abuja which recycles plastic waste into building blocks. And then this organization did this training, which cost a lot of money for free. We didn't even have to write a letter to them. We just spoke to them one-on-one. They said, okay, fine, come. The only thing we spent was fuel money to drive to Calgary. Also, the principal gave us approval to take the students. We took them, we came back. You know, so there are so many people that organize field trips. You know, it doesn't even have to be books or stuff. Yeah, you can do exponential learning opportunities like field trips, excursions, you know, outdoor activities that really drive home the message, like taking them to parks and zoos, national parks, you know. All these things can be done. And then lastly, I think I would just say, sorry to drag on, international collaboration and networking is key. While we are trying to push to go into these communities and stuff like that, we also need to believe what is going on in the international stage, right? We need to join global initiatives that are focused on these same issues. When you join these global networks, you also get to meet young people who are working on similar issues in other countries, and you can also rally support and international funding for your projects. So this is some opportunities are not even being they are not being announced. They are not being announced, but if you are in the space, you get to know of them. Right? Irene is looking at me. If you are in the space, you get to know about them because you're already engaged. So that's how it really was, and you also get to build your capacities in the process.
Thank you very much. I feel like we've gotten a lot of expo and tips, and we should be cornering Fatima as during this conference because, like I said earlier, she's one of great examples of collaborating with an agency, and we even have representatives from the agency as well. So that shows that these days MDAs are willing and open to young people who are looking for how to take action. So our final virtual panelist will be Ruby from the Northwest, who is going to shed more light on the issue of wildlife loss in her region, and how she believes that engaging young people to foster that mindset shift can be possible in reversing this loss. Over to you, Ruby.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ruby Ashenyo Isaac. I'm representing Northwest. I'm going to talk about how cultural factors affect wildlife poaching and how a shift in behavioral mindset is possible. I truly believe that when we engage our local community members, a shift in mindset is very, very possible for local cultural factors that affect wildlife poaching. We see that lately traditionalists use our most endangered species, like you see tortoise and some other species that are used for rituals. Others use other things like pangolin scales for medicines. All these are cultural factors which they believe to be very helpful to them, but are actually causing danger to our wildlife population. And also some of our local
recording in progress.
Antelope skins, all for a cause of prestige. And these are cultural factors that are actually acceptable in our communities, but in the long run are very, very harmful to our wildlife community. So I believe a shift in behavioral mindset is very possible when we introduce education to the local grassroots, like the local community. We're not talking about just Facebook alone and social media awareness, but bringing this education to the grassroots, the people in the forefront of this poaching, and creating alternative livelihoods to them. I cannot come and tell you stop killing this if I do not have an alternative livelihood for you. So creating an alternative livelihood for cultural and local community members is very, very important. Creating partnerships with them. So when we create partnerships with them, it's not like We are not just going to tell them, okay, don't do this. We are creating partnerships with them, telling them, making them see things from our own point of view, making them see the bigger picture of it all. It's not just food, it's not just traditional medicine, as we all know, as they all know, but also for them to see and join us in the fight against wildlife poaching. Because wildlife poaching has become a very, very great risk. Many species poaching. Because wildlife poaching has become a very, very great risk. Many species have become highly endangered. And all this has happened because of ignorance, poverty, and lack of awareness. So we have to bring education to the grassroots, create alternative livelihoods for our local community members, because our local community are the people in front, the forefront of helping conserving our biodiversity. And I believe that when we make wildlife conservation a priority among them, if we make them see it from the bigger picture, make them believe that these things are here for us as we are here for them. And diversity in species is very, very important as we are all alive. It's going to help us in creating this effect of endangering our species. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ruby. She was speaking about the importance of wildlife conservation. So that would lead us to our final panelist, the ACG. And we know that the Nigeria Park Service is doing a lot of work in collaborations with organizations such as WCS. But then we want to know, how are you working with community members and young people? Because community members are the gatekeepers. And like she mentioned, it's one thing to say stop. But then how do you then engage them to have that mindset shift that says, yes, we understand you think this is food, but there is need for us to conserve these animals, to conserve our biodiversity?
Thank you very much. And actually, I'm happy to be here, and especially also to the Bioverse to create this opportunity for all the stakeholders, the conservationists, to be here to discuss about the biodiversity conservation and climate issues. The issue raised here is the issue of loss of the wildlife, especially in our communities or in our forest. The key issue is for you is to involve the local communities and to create awareness. Because the issue of wildlife is a grassroots issue, because all the wildlife actually they are in the rural communities. And once you involve the communities at all levels, you may not be able to get the desired results. So you need to get the community involved, especially the youth in the communities, because most of the issues, especially in terms of hunting, in terms of illegal activities, are being carried out by the youth. People that are elderly can hardly go to the forest to kill or to destroy, to kill the animals or to cut trees and other illegal activities. So at this juncture, I think it is very, very important for us to see how we now have a framework to develop to engage the local people in terms of biodiversity or wildlife conservation. In national park, as she has said, presently we have 7 national parks, and they are cut across different ecological zones. We have 7. We have one in Borno, the Chad Basin National Park. We have also in Oyo, the Olodo National Park, and also we have in Cross River National Park, which actually conserve the remaining 10% of the tropical rainforest. And also we have also in Edo, which is a lowland forest, that is Okomo National Park, and we have the Gashaka. I think one of the speakers spoke a lot about Gashaka Bumti National Park. It's a very rich biodiversity hotspot in the country, and is our largest national park. It covers an area of more than 6,000 square kilometers, and it has very diverse ecological zone. So we presently, apart from the 7 national parks that cover an area of about 22,000 square kilometers, we can see how diverse the forest estate, and also the federal government in 2022 approved 10 additional national parks. And interestingly, actually, for the first time, marine national parks were established in Bayelsa State, the Apo National Park, and Odumidom National Park. Maybe you pardon my pronunciation, I don't know exactly, but they are all in Bayelsa State. The parks had already been fully gazetted in 2023, and we are just on the process of handing over and taking over of these 10 national parks. And this 10 national park also cut across from Katsina in the Sudan Savannah, a transition to Para in Guinea, Savannah, up to also the one in Bayelsa State. And we have also one in Osun State, very interesting. So if you look at the total national park land area coverage, it's about 25,000 square kilometers, which represents over 3% of the total land mass of the country. So actually, if you look at us as an agency, we are managing a forest resource of over 25,000 square kilometers, which represents maybe about 3.5% of the total land area of the country. And because of that, we must work in collaboration with the communities. If you didn't work with the communities, you will not get the desired result. And in our operations, actually, we have strategies that we conserve these rich resources in our national park through law enforcement, like the protection, surveillance, using some technologies, either the helicopters, the power shoot, and other means. And we also get the communities involved, the local communities, so that we can conserve these resources. But the more important thing is that we have emerging challenges presently in wildlife conservation. And the major challenge, there are two. Actually, the population growth, when you have more population, in some of the protected areas before, if you look at the population, is very small. But now, because of growth in the population has become much, and there is high demand for land and the other resources. So that is why you must be able to make and understand, for the community to understand the viability of all these areas of biodiversity conservation. You have to bring like some incentives to the local communities. You have to make them realize that the biodiversity conservation action, it can also create jobs and opportunities. And especially the youth, we have to start looking at, you can create jobs with biodiversity conservation by establishing a lot of conservationists that, like some of the orphanage, animal orphanage, some zoos, some all these things, you encourage people to participate, because without incentives, some people may not get, you can't bring some people on the boat, because they think, why are we conserving this animal? And that is the most question people ask. Why do you ask us not to kill this animal and eat the bush meat? That is, and it is always difficult for you to convince somebody. And you have to tell him that if you conserve this animal, you can get A, B, C from it, not necessarily killing it. After killing the animal, maybe in the next 2 days, and you have finished the bush meat, where are you going back to? So we have a lot of work to do, and I want to actually encourage our colleagues here to work hard and see how we can now work collaboratively with the local communities so that we can get this thing managed effectively. And I think...
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you to our virtual panelists, and thank you to our physical panelists as well. And I think there are more important discussions we've had here. For young people, there are challenging issues facing our biodiversity in Nigeria. There are a lot. But then there are opportunities that are bound for us to gain more knowledge and to work with the agencies in charge to be able to make greater impact. So for us, what we need to do is build our capacity, develop knowledge, and then look for ways to collaborate with the regulators. So I'm going to throw the question and answer session open. Because of our time, we may just have to take maybe one or two questions, maybe one from physical and then one from virtual, if there's any. So do we have any questions for our panelists? Just one person.
Okay, Mr. Apple, people like to ask the question. Okay, all right, sir. And you also have a question. I said one question. Okay, so I think it's going to be to Mr. Apple first.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. My question is divided into two. One very important key areas of challenge to us as a country is the implementation of our environmental laws. I think there is so much need for us to put more efforts into the implementation of the environmental laws. In some communities, it's as if the laws doesn't even exist at all. Continue to talk from here till tomorrow. Most of them are not even aware of the laws. We have to go further to ensure that, just like one of our participants was saying, that we need to probably put these laws into different languages for our people in the community to know what actually is expected of them. For instance, even in the urban areas, there is one very serious problem we are having. We seem not to be looking at that area at all. For instance, if you want to develop a property in Abuja today, let me give you a very good example of a petrol station. The first thing is to bulldoze every area. Even the area that the petrol station will not cover at all, the trees are gone. It took off an hour. There is no effort to replace these trees, and nobody cares whether it is cleared or not. This is the most important problem we are having, even in the rural, in the developed areas. What are the laws saying about it? I want to challenge the Federal Ministry of Environment to come up with probably a motion to the National Assembly that will further enhance our law on the felling of trees. Not only in the locality, I mean in the communities, even in the urban areas. It's going on every day. Go to areas that are experiencing new development. Petrol stations, estates are developed overnight. You see very massive forest cleared overnight. And as you are going here, it's happening somewhere. So we need to probably come up with more awareness as well in this area. It's very vital. Secondly, I will want to ask us as individuals in our own little areas of residence. There are a lot we can do. Kind of challenge our people within our localities. You know, for instance, in Abuja, I think there should be a law that if you are going to clear any tree at all, there should be provision for replacement. Maybe we start with the federal capital. Then we now, take it to the local communities. Otherwise, we'll be talking from here tomorrow and the environment is going. It's going, just like what one of our participants said in the earlier stage of the program. He said, it was a quote by probably the Secretary General of the United Nations, that the environment is what? You can do whatever you want to do, but the environment will fight back. And that is why we are to. And the environment will continue to fight us back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I'll give my question time to him.
Okay, no, there's someone there that had a question.
Okay. I'll come back to you.
Good afternoon, panelists. I have 3 questions to ask.
Please just ask one. No, please just ask one, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question is, what policy or regulatory framework are being developed or received or revised to enhance protection and promote sustainable resources management practice?
Okay.
Or regulatory framework are being developed or revised to enhance biodiversity protection and promote sustainable land resources management practice.
Thank you. I think Moses, did you get that? Okay, so
policies and frameworks that are being devised for biodiversity protection.
Okay. My question is also on policy implementation as well as data as well, because we all know that in Africa, not only in Nigeria, in Africa, when it comes to data, we don't even have data at all. Why I'm saying this is because I'm a researcher, I'm an environmental researcher. So my question now is this: when it comes to the implementation of policies, because I think someone talked about the implementation of policies. I would like to ask this question here. These policies that have been developed, can they be translated into empirical impacts in our society, in our environment and society? That is my question. And also the data aspect of it too. What efforts are being made to have data within our disposal?
All right. Thank you very much. I think Dr. Moses can answer both questions combined. Yes, but they are quite technical.
Okay, let me first, I don't know, because his was a contribution and a request. Yes, we are all troubled by the way developers remove trees and don't replace them. But that is not what we can change quickly. We can be innovative to say, how do we allow nature to have a handshake with urbanization? What do I mean by that? It means while you're giving the building approval, the plan approval for the development, for each estate there should be a given stands of trees that are there, but that is very is left for the FCT to take that decision. The reason I say so is the Land Use Act power to subnationals to legislate in terms of trees. That's why the president cannot go to Cross River State to say, this forest, I want to take it, give it to me, and all of that. It's the governor that has the right to revoke, except for the national parks, and there were still negotiations. So that is something we can do. Again, I throw the challenge to the youths. These are concerns you can articulate and become a pressure group to bring it to stand. And you can put yourself in that pressure group as concerned citizens because of where you find yourself. Come to the ministries, advocate it strongly, go to the FCT minister. If you are able to articulate yourself well coordinated, that can come to stand. And it will be recorded against you that you were the one that pushed the advocacy for this change to happen. For the conservation, there is a biodiversity action plan. There was an action plan. Currently, the Department of Forestry is working on a revised action plan. And what does it do? You know, the action plan is to tell you that this should be, what do I call it? Conservation areas. This should be heritage areas. What you should not do, and all of that. And it's formally launched. So yes, there will be opportunities for stakeholders to bring their concerns in the coming, once that is properly launched again, for where stakeholders will be invited to speak to what the revised action plan is going to be, so that these concerns and the fears enrich that revised document. So there is an action plan that was launched, and we'll be using that action plan, which is internationally presented. It is expected that countries should have a biodiversity action plan. Nigeria had one. We are planning to review, have a revised version based on things and happenings and developments that are coming. Then I will quickly add to the data. Data is a challenge to us as a nation because of our silos working. You know, everybody wants to keep data and say that is strength. But I've told people that it is sometimes better to expose what you are doing. I used to give this example that You know why when in secondary school you need to write and like this so that the next person will not see that A that you are marking, and you might be failing. Maybe the answer is supposed to be B. If you had left it open, your colleague will tell you that that A you are writing is not A, is B. But because of silos, we have done things that would have exposed, and the other person would have helped us to have that information better. This is something that is there. It will need to begin to talk around it and all keep speaking around data. As we speak, even in the environment sector, do we have clearly credible data? The data that we are generating from the Ministry of Environment, particularly the Red Cross project on carbon, what do we have as our standing trees? Is what we are building. It is not there, it is expensive to gather data, but we have started something. We have currently in the Department of Forestry under the Red Cross program, a data bank on some forest areas that we can speak to say this forest as it stands, this is the carbon that is emitted. We've been able to do a verification using the United Nations framework to do a verification on it, but how do we build on that? I'm currently speaking with my bosses to say, look, every afforestation program that is happening, be it from forestry, be it from NGO, be it from community, what we are looking forward to is that give us the GPS position and the location. That's all we need. We can help you track what changes are happening within that landscape. And that is
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I think Fatima would like to add a few words. So please, maybe just in 2 minutes, very short.
Thank you. I wanted to answer this question on personal action because I'm a big fan of personal action. And I believe that in as much as these things can be overwhelming, right, there are little things that we can do in our own sphere to reduce the things that are happening. And one is, I'll give an example. So in my house, we have this yard, right? And usually every year, it's going to start raining soon. The annual weeds are going to start coming. Before you know it, everywhere has turned to bush. And you know, our first instinct is to just get those pesticides and just spray everywhere, you know. The weeds will be gone. But as we're doing that, we're also harming the biodiversity. So we need to find an alternative ways. And one of is like you could just employ somebody to come and remove your weeds. You are providing a job opportunity for someone, and you are preserving the biodiversity in your environment, in your immediate environment. And then the second thing is there's this. Sorry, I think I've forgotten what I wanted to say. Yeah, maybe later.
No problem. Thank you so much in sharing the little actions. So there's discussion on scale from big actions like policies to little actions we can do individually. So on a final note, I'll just invite the ACG to share his final thoughts, and then we can conclude our panel session.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to speak on the issues, especially on the biodiversity loss in the country. I think there is one area that we need to look at, it, principally the area of collaboration, because like Mr. Amon spoke on the issue of the national parks and other forest areas. We know most of the forest estates actually they are under the jurisdiction of the state government because they are in concurrent list, and the national park they are in exclusive legislative list. So we cannot take actions. Actually, you can roll policy, but you cannot take action in the states. And that is where most of the problems are. If you want to do that, you have to actually work on amend some section of the Constitution and so on and so forth. But we cannot wait for that because the times wait for no one. I think the answer to that one is to create linkages and collaboration with the state government and the federal government. Without doing that, I think before we realize most of our forest estates will just go. So I think that collaboration is key. And the NGOs and other organizations, the youth pressure group and so on, can do that wonderful work by actually coming out and plugging issues, and you can see two people can come together, the state and the federal. Whether it's in concurrent, whether it's in exclusive list, you can work together. There is nothing stopping us from partnership to achieve one goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to our wonderful panelists, and I hope that we've gained a lot of insights and discussions. On that note, we've come to the end of our session, and I would just like to indulge our panelists for a very brief photo session. Thank you. Please let's give them a round of applause as well. Yeah. Yeah, where's that?
Thank you very much. Thank you. One thing I can categorically say with all of the sessions we've had, the panel session, the keynote speech, the opening remark, and the likes, it's just been loaded with what we can do moving forward. For every single person here, if you weren't thinking about cost today. Okay, moving on for the sake of time, we have just 2 or 3 things left. I would like us to, I have a couple questions here on cards, and I have 19 of them. So I'll just walk randomly to any table, and yes, somebody said, I'll walk randomly to any table. You would pick a number, and then so, I'm a woman led by the Spirit, so I shall just be moving. Let me go to my volunteers, my interns table first. So I have numbers 1 to 19. You can decide, well, it's just one person that's going to get my gift, but you can decide on what number. And then I'll ask you the question, and you would give me your response. So, from the interns table, make a choice. I'm asking just 3 questions. Have you decided? You have to decide, though. Number 1, 16. Did you work on this trivia? Honor, please, can you confirm? Okay, number 16. So the question. What is the name of the largest national park in Nigeria, and where is it located? It doesn't have to be Ipukudaut. Who knows it? Where is the name? What is the name of the largest national park in Nigeria, and where is it located? Who knows it? No, sir, I will not give you. No. Okay. Yes, anybody already?
Okay, the largest national park, Gashaka Gumti, and then it located at, it's situated between Adamawa State and Taraba State, because there is Gumti is in Adamawa, Gashaka, while it's in Taraba, because they are located together.
A round of applause! Oh my God, he was so accurate. Yes, he didn't.
A round of applause, please. Rise. Let them give you the befitting round of applause. And we need to see your face. This is a certified Bioverser. A certified Bioverser right here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me get you your gift. Okay, so the next table. So I've taken one from the back. Let's. Just helping the crowd pick a number. So they've taken 16. This one is an independent decision. You better decide, because when you decide collectively, somebody will have the 7. Okay, so he says 7 is a good number. Okay. Wallahi, if 7 is really a good number, as he said, anywhere I go to like this is number 7, I'll be selecting. How many members are there in the Bioverse NG Steering Committee? How many members are there? How many members are there? Okay. No, you're the ones picking the question. Do you know the answer? What's the answer? Are you, Walker, I don't trust him. How can you pick the question and pick the answer? Should we give it to him? Because he got it right. Okay, actually, there are 6 Bioverse Steering Committee members. It was on display, right? They displayed the images. So yes, that also shows that we've been observant. Well done. We're all winners, but he's going to take my gift. Okay, so let's go to this side of the hall. Can you please give us pick a number for us? You don't have number 0. Number 2. Okay, you're one. Name 3 social media hashtags used by the Bioverse NG Project. This lady has been raising her hand. Are you a member of the Bioverse Project? What role are you playing in this project? Oh, you cannot answer now. She's involved in social media.
So the first one, hashtag one with nature. The second one, hashtag biodiversity. And then the third one, hashtag Bioverse NG. Course is capital.
A round of applause for her. Should we take one more? One more? Okay. Have you not asked the question? Okay. Help us make a number choice.
Number 1.
Cool. Number 1. What date was the Bioverse NG project launched? Social media, no. Your hand should just be inside your pockets. What date? I hear something.
August 2023.
A round of applause for her. Thank you. Yes, so let me just go around and give you your gifts, and then we'll move on to the next segment. I'll still come back again. Don't worry.
So we had 4. Uka. Can you people come and wear your Bioverse? My winners, please, can you come forward? You have to rep us with your Bioverse, your SustyVibes cap. This is a crown, no? Don't just think it's a black. You want black? Excellent. Michael, where are you? Smile, come to the stage. Smile as if you just know me. Excellent. Fantastic. So these are our winners. Oh yeah, where? It's a smile that will make it perfect. Okay, so let's do this. Are you ready? Ha. Okay, you can do that now. Okay. So a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Thank you. So right about now, we're running out of time. We're going to have our breakout session. It's just going to be for 15 minutes. Hannah or Sonia, do you want to come explain the process? So basically, we're going to be coming up with developing, from all of the things that we discussed today. All right, Hannah is here. Clap for Hannah. When I say clap for this young lady, you don't know what I mean, no. Hannah doesn't sleep.
Please, Hannah sleeps. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for the engagement so far. Yeah, so right now we're going to be breaking into 3 groups. So we're going to be having 3 themes. So our first theme is on policy implementation for biodiversity. We have a theme on mainstreaming education for biodiversity, and we have the last theme on youth inclusion. So if you're into policy, would like you to come this way, if policy is your thing. If you're into education, mainstreaming biodiversity knowledge, please come this way. And if you're passionate about youth inclusion, please go behind. Our facilitators are in each of their groups. So for me, Joanna is in charge of policy here. Yeah, D. Wang is in charge of mainstreaming biodiversity knowledge, which is there. And we also have Cesar, that's the man with the cap. Hallelujah. Yes, so please, I'd like us to move our seats. We have just 15 minutes for this session. 15, please. 15. And once it's time, we're going to be coming back together. And for our online participants as well. So all you have to do is to go to the breakout room that is displayed on your screen. So you can pick for either of the options as it resonates with you. Thank you very much. Please, let's make it snappy. We have 10 minutes left though.
We have 7 more minutes. This is 1:54 p.m. So at exactly 2 p.m. we would reconvene and would allow the note takers put their thoughts together. And we'll take another round of games. I believe we're done now. Are we? Please, we can start rounding up. Table 1, are we almost done? Almost done. Let's just speed things up. Table 2, are we almost done? Actually, we're all out of time. Our note takers, please, note takers should please put their thoughts together. So we'll give the note takers some time to collate their thoughts. If you also need to work with your leader for each group, to collate your thoughts, you do that. And then we'll continue our trivia session. We have very, very interesting games coming on. So, okay. They've chased me away. So you're currently on your 5 minutes wrap-up time. Table 1, let's wrap up. Thank you. Thank you all for your contributions. Thank you all, thank you all. Okay, Hannah, can I please confirm that our pictures are ready? So while we're waiting for the note takers to just give you about 5 minutes to put your thoughts together. While we're waiting for the note takers, we'll do another round of trivia. I have more gifts for you. And the game is going to be different this time. We would be displaying some creatures. Yes. We'll be displaying some creatures. And it's expected that we have people in the audience who would tell us what creature each one is. So just give you 1 minute to settle down, and then I'll come back again. 1 minute to settle down, I'm moving around already. I'll just come to your individual tables. Hannah, are we ready? Can we have our... And now I don't know how I want us to do this one. Should I get 5 people? Okay. So I need 5 volunteers for this one. You've displayed the first one already. I need 5 volunteers. Okay, I actually need 6 volunteers. Okay, come out. 6 volunteers, 3 ladies and 3 men. Let me confirm the number of gifts I have so that I don't... I need 3 ladies and 3 men. Yes, my lady. Just bring down your smile forward. Clap for them, clap for them, clap for them, clap for them. These are our bioversers. I'm loving it. So it's a very simple game, I believe. So while we're doing this, our note takers, please just put all your thoughts together, Okay, we have our next volunteer. You see, where's our... we need one more man. We have 3 ladies already. Please clap for them. No, except you are doing it on behalf of somebody. Okay, we have one more person. Excellent, so we're complete. So very easy. I'll just show you one animal. I wish I could say there's no right or wrong answer because it's either you know the animal or you don't. I mean, the whole essence of the entire conversation is protecting, our biodiversity. And we have some animals here. Most of them are already threatened species. And what I want them to do, once we put the animal on display, you would just, you would identify, right? And you can identify one person, so we'll just do it like that. So Hannah, yes, we can have the first one. I know you already raised your hand for the first image. Eh? Okay. It's okay. Yeah, so we can display. All right. No cheating, no, please. If you know the animal, as far as it didn't come out here, it's only the people that are in front. Okay, I have my lady. So you introduce yourself.
My name is Omolola. Okay, so that's a cob. Cob, K-O-B, cob. Cobbles cob. Okay. Can I try again?
It's
Okay, I said Docker's gazelle. A gazelle.
So this is actually a gazelle. Right? A dama gazelle. Gazelle, okay? So I wrote a couple things about it, just so that it would also serve as learnings for us. So it lives in Africa, in the Sahara Desert and the Sahel. A critically endangered species. It has disappeared from most of its former range due to overhunting and habitat loss, and natural populations only remain in Chad, Mali, and Niger. Its habitat includes grassland, shrubland, semi-desert, open savanna, and mountain plateaus. So this is a Dama gazelle. So, yes, well done. Your name again? Omolola. Please, a round of applause for Omolola. She has won herself a gift. So our next image, please. Technical crew. Okay, so.
That looks like, okay, my name is Nsikak. That looks like a hippopotamus. Maybe, I think, East Africa hippopotamus or something. I don't know.
Central Africa hippopotamus.
Yes, species name. Plus, it's not also central, no, the other one. So even if you get the part of Africa and then the name, we can still take it. Okay, let me give you a clue of the part of Africa it is. Meaning you also need to know African countries and what part of the world of Africa. So it's primarily found in Liberia. So where is Liberia?
West.
Okay, so well, perhaps it was supposed to be yours all through. So yes, it's actually it's the pygmy hippopotamus, and it is native to the forests and swamps of West Africa, primarily in Liberia, with small population in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. So a round of applause for Unsikak. A round of applause for him. He got that. So the next one, please, can we put the third animal? Okay, no, you can't. No. You can. Okay, let's have you.
My name is Mr. Dan. That's a coyote.
No, it's not. Okay.
Hello, my name is Comfort Francis. That is an African wild dog.
Yes, she got it. It's a West African wild dog. It's a West African wild dog. We just blurred the images actually. So it's a West African wild dog, also known as the printed dog or Cape hunting dog. It's a wild canine native to sub-Saharan Africa. It's the largest wild canine in Africa. It is estimated that there are around 6,600 adults living in 39 subpopulations, all threatened by habitat fragmentation. Again, its habitat is being threatened. We don't want these wild dogs now coming into our communities, so we need to protect their habitat. All right, so we have another one. Thank you, Comfort, Nsikak, Lola. So we have, okay. Yes, that's the next image. Okay, you can take the microphone and give it a try.
Okay, it's a wild cat.
Well, it does look like a wild cat, but it's not. Okay.
Sporty hyena.
Say
sporty hyena. I said hyena.
Hyena?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not a
It's
hyena.
not.
Does somebody in the crowd want to help? Okay. Have we decided? No, Lola, you can. Lola, you will not finish like that.
It's a cheetah.
No, it's not a cheetah. Wings. Okay, we have some social media fight. Okay, let's see.
Is that a lynx? Lynx.
So should I spare you people? Okay, so it's actually a crested Cervaline genet. I told you people that after this our conference, you should be stepping out here with an MSc in biodiversity.
No, you see.
Yes or yes?
Janet.
Yes. It's pronounced Janet, but it's Genet. But the pronunciation is a J. Janet, yeah. Okay, so the next one. For those that have responded, you can. Okay. So we have that. I can hear something. You can tell your.
Okay. Crown crane. Crown crane.
Yes, it's a crown. It's a black crowned crane. A round of applause for her. The black crowned crane is found across the Sahel and Sudan savanna regions of Africa, occupying open areas such as grasslands, shallow wetlands, meshes, amongst others. So that again is a black crowned crane. And we have a final one. Oh no, I think that's all for this one. So a round of applause to our winners. Let me give you your caps. The rest of us, we can go back to our seats. Michael, please can you come take a picture of them? Don't worry, we'll continue with the... I have more questions. Nzikaki can go, Lola, you can go. Okay, I know what to do. Please, here, your caps.
Sorry. Oh, you want black?
Here, which I must give away. So we'll do our last trivia. Our note takers, I believe that you must have been done by now. So you need to pick, yes. So we need us to pick one number, one final number. It's a t-shirt the person would take home. So one final number from our trivia. Okay.
Number 4.
Okay. So let's see what number 4 has for us. Okay. So where was the question for number 4? Where was the Bioverse NG Regional Dialogues in the Northeast held? The Bioverse NG Regional Dialogue in the Northeast. Okay.
Maiduguri.
Is it Jigawa?
Borno, but I was expecting that she would say Borno. Okay, we can give it to her. A round of applause for her. And thankfully, the shirt will be her size. So please come. Well done. A round of applause for her. Thank you. You want to...
For the champions, stand up. For the champions,
All right, thank you so much. I know we have run out of time. So, yeah. So our note takers, are we done? Anna. Okay, so we have one group that is ready. All right, please come and tell us what your final...
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diwan Jirai, and I'm a volunteer for SustyVibes. So during the breakout session, I facilitated the group on mainstreaming biodiversity knowledge, and we had 2 key questions. And one of our questions was, how can biodiversity knowledge become mainstreamed if you have formal education and socialization? Thankfully, my group was very cooperative and interactive. So some of the group members, had suggestions like we needed to conduct assessments and engagement of target communities, and through creative activities such as stories, music, poems, rhymes, etc., to keep it infused with school curriculums. So talking about biodiversity knowledge, it feels like a lot is being done, yet so little. And it would be great if we can start from, children. Children are like a great form of learning, and also they help us to pass messages across. A lot of times we do things and then it's almost like it's a younger person that's trying to correct you because they are more, in tune with right and wrong. So going down to the grassroots via, children education, especially through the curriculums, to make these effective changes would be awesome. And some of our online note takers too also indicated this as well. And we can also contribute via influencers and celebrities. We can use them to pass our messages across on biodiversity. And also organize competitions for the children, and even training of teachers to help in capacity building, because it's almost like adults as well don't know a lot about biodiversity, so to say. It's almost like a word that some people have never heard. So it would be good if teachers can be trained as well. And we can also collaborate with the Ministry of Environment, and also educational authorities to mainstream education. Then the second question was, how can the government leverage youth energy and passion and youth-led organizations to create a nationwide campaign on ecosystem adaptation projects aimed at promoting biodiversity conservation in Nigeria? And I think two major words in my group was funding and collaboration. And we also saw that online as well. So funding will go a great length to help us, because a lot of times we have ideas, we have strategies, but when it comes to implementation, we do not have enough financial resources to do that. So funding would be a great way to, help with this particular project. And also empowerment of communities and collaborations between the youths and the government. Just like I said, even after we've had ideas, we've got strategies, we need to collaborate. And one of the key things to do that is actually finance. And we don't really see that, especially in the environmental space. Even if there are, finances and grants, it's more for like research, policy making. But when it comes to like implementation, it's almost like we just pull funds from here and there. So if we have like enough funding, to collaborate, would go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we call on the next person, I'll just take a quick break. We need to take selfies now and put it out there on social media, and then use our hashtag SustyVibes. So can we bring out our phones? Put it on your stories, make it a post, clean your camera screen so that it's pretty. We'll just take about 2 to 3 minutes to get that done. Let's take pictures and put it on social media. The hashtag you can use, hashtag Bioverse NG, biodiversity, one with nature. I see a very pretty lady there taking her selfie. Oh, I see two. Okay, I see the men doing that as well. You don't have to take alone. You can take with your colleagues. Let's take one. Please, you better smile. Oh. And then I would also do one with a couple of you as well. So I'm coming to your tables. If you don't want to take, I will take with you by force. Okay, so let's do again here. Please use the hashtags Bioverse NG. Yes, you are. Guys, here. So biodiversity, please follow us on social media. It's all SustyVibes across social media platforms. So let's quickly do that. So you can also do that yourselves. Okay, let's go on. Oh, those of you online as well, please. Yes. So those of you let me join yours. So those of you online as well, please let's take a selfie, guys. Yes. That being done, please use the hashtags as well. Follow us on social media. Our hashtags: Bioverse NG, biodiversity, one with nature, SustyVibes, and Bioverses. Thank you. So we'll have the next group now. Are you ready? Is next? Okay, great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fomi Johanna. So I facilitated Group 1, and Group 1 is on policy implementation in biodiversity management. And the aim of the discussion is to discover strategies for ensuring policies are translated to action, especially in local communities. So the first question was, what are the main challenges hindering policy implementation in biodiversity conversation, and what strategies can be employed to overcome these challenges? So it's a single question with two arms. Is first we identified what the challenges are, then we provide solutions to the challenges. So one of the first challenges we identified is ignorance at grassroots level. So also our virtual participants also identified that problem of ignorance when it comes to hindering policy implementation. So the solution is partnering education bodies to provide solutions to such problem. So different bodies coming together, carrying out awareness campaign. Then another problem identified, which was also identified by the virtual participant, is the problem of enforcement. So the problem of enforcement of policies, laws aimed at protecting biodiversity is another thing hindering implementation of policy. The policy itself is not being implemented. So what are the ways that can be solved? One of such is, they said, Group 1 said wildlife agencies and guards at local level should be put in place to ensure that our forest reserves are protected. Then another problem identified, which was also identified by the virtual participant, is funding. The issue of funding. Funding has been a problem to fund those agencies in charge of preserving our biodiversity. So what are the funding? So what is the solution? One of the solutions is collaboration with partnership with government and other things. Another thing is bureaucracy. Issue of bureaucracy. Once you table an idea, you have to meet this person in government. A lot of red tapes are involved. So how can this be solved? Is through to simplify means by which we can complain and means by which locals can participate. Then finally on that is cultural norms. There are certain cultural norms that hinder implementation of policy. So how can we solve that? This particular problem is also identified by our virtual participant, and one of such is to getting the locals involved. There should be reorientation of the locals. Then on our second question, because Group 1 we have 3 questions. On our second question is, how can indigenous practices and community support be leveraged, enhanced for the implementation of biodiversity laws? One of such solutions suggested is stakeholders' involvement, carrying the community along. This was also suggested by our virtual participant. Then another thing is town hall meeting to get people's opinion, to get the locals' opinion on how we go about implementing, how to go about carrying them along. Another thing is leveraging on existing norms. There are certain practices in certain communities that are already protecting biodiversity. So how can we leverage on such practices to protect biodiversity in such communities? So that is one. Then the other agreements, like communities entering agreement, owning the protection of biodiversity. Then another solution is revisiting the Land Use Act. We know that the Land Use Act is the law governing the ownership of land in Nigeria. So, and the law says 99 years, the government owns the land. Maybe there are things we need to look at that will make communities to own their own land. That will help them to want to protect whatever it is on the land. Unlike if you tell them government owns the land, we have this attitude that anything that is government's own, we don't really care about it. So maybe when they own it, that will solve it. Then there is need to educate more, campaign awareness. Then our final question, which is the number 3 question, is how can young people be partnered to enhance policy implementation? So one of such avenues that young people can be partners is through by creating forums for engagement, have support groups to manage biodiversity need, and there is need for young people to be exposed. Young people need to be exposed to practices outside of Nigeria where young people are protecting biodiversity so that they can gain experience on protecting biodiversity and making the whole biodiversity discussion more interesting for young people to participate in. And it's good for young people to start from grassroots level. The campaign should start from grassroots level. We should not wait on government before we can start any campaign. So on that note, I round up our discussion in group 1. And I also want to thank my note taker, Olainka Olamide, Esther, and also acknowledge the facilitator for the virtual community. Thank you.
Thank you, very comprehensive. So we'll have the final one. And right after, we have a 5 minutes documentary, well, less than 5 minutes documentary that you'll be watching, just to help you again reiterate the impact of what we do to our environment. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We have had a long day, so we are tired already. Or maybe we are networking. I facilitated a youth inclusion for biodiversity action. The first question was, what lessons can we learn from Bioverse NG Project relating to youth engagement? So one of the strong points from my group was that it demystified the whole meaning of what biodiversity meant. So it took it from social media to make it more relatable to participants of the project. So participants got a light that we are supposed to, we have active roles to play in biodiversity through policy, through advocacy, and through leading up discussions that bordered on the environment. This was alluded to also by our online participants. Our second question, and where we spent much time, was what actions and partnerships are needed to sustain youth engagement and momentum for biodiversity conservation? What are the actions and the partnerships that are needed? And we said many things, but one of the very focal points that was emphasized also with the online participants was the need to engage the persons in the local communities. That no matter what we do and no matter how much change that we seek to drive, once the people in the local communities are not part of it, it's almost useless. So the advocacy, the policy implementation must encapsulate those that are in the local communities. Also, partnerships with government agencies, just as we heard during the plenary session. During the panel sessions are very, very important. And partnerships with government organizations that are necessary and must be tailored to what those organizations do. It must be tailored to what those organizations do, and that means as young persons, we must soak ourselves in innovations and research. Innovations and research that seek to first know the problem and see the necessary partnerships and collaborations that we need to enter into to be able to solve those biodiversity issues. And the example of one of the panelists that as young people, we need to be very innovative. Young persons are innovative people. So those policies are bound. One of the discussions that spearheaded our group is that policies are bound. So these policies might not need to be necessarily changed, but it can just be tweaked in such a way that it will serve those biodiversity issues based on the communities that we are covering. And this is a summary of what we had in my group. Thank you very much.
I expected that clap to be louder. See, we have scholars in this room. Look at all that we were able to come up with within 20 minutes. I need you all to appreciate yourselves. A round of applause again for yourselves. We have a documentary coming up. I was handed this bracelet. I don't know who owns it, so you can just come meet me. It's golden and then it has some stones on it. So we'll be watching the less than 5 minutes documentary. It's still on biodiversity. And after that, Tunde, please be on standby. I'll be calling you up for the closing remarks. Because lunch is served. So, technical crew, can we have the video? Let's just focus on the projector. till we hear from our dear Tunde Lukman and Ifowoshe, the Director, Projects and Partnerships, SustyVibes. A round of applause for him as he walks up to give us the closing remarks. This is a man of substance, a man of pedigree. Thank you, Tunde.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for your time. It's been an amazing couple of hours, and from us at SustyVibes, we just want to say we appreciate every one of you for being here today, and for the Bioverse virtual guys, irrespective of where you might be across Nigeria, we appreciate every one of you. It's been an amazing journey of 5 months. I think we started last year, and we're happy that we've gotten somewhere today. For us, next steps would be we want to see more impact driven from the participants of the Bioverse project. So you all are ambassadors, and we call you Bioverses. So we want you to go out there and explore. And there's no limitation here. Just keep exploring and make the world a better place. Let's remember, we need to make the world a better place, and it's for me and you. So thank you very much, everyone. I want to specifically also thank the German Embassy in Nigeria for giving us this opportunity to impact over 1,000 young people directly and over 200,000 young people indirectly through social media. And we look forward to doing this with every one of you again. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Tunde. And finally, we have come to the end of this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful conversation and conference. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much for your time. It's so good to see that everyone still remained in the room. Just a few people left, but the room is still packed. That does show that you are committed to making impact and ensuring that we preserve our environment. I remain your host, Irene David Arinze, your compere. Have a good
I hope you see.
lunch is served at the back, so please help yourselves. Thank you, and have a safe trip back home to all of your locations. And to our virtual participants as well, thank you so much for joining us. And I trust that you'd go ahead, like today said, to make more impact in your communities, in your societies. Thank you, everyone.
You're in the mix with DJ Big N. Where you're big, you're bigger bag.
Let's go.
I don't know. Money on my mind. Care what they are in about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing from you. All of the man, this show me. If you want to let you go, if I know nobody, no money, I want to hear what the people they know. So I shall tell it to love. So love and I want to get another one. I go think I'm do it till I love. Wait till you love. Like you wait till I love. Wait till I love. I go go. We don't want to go before the girls. I want to change. Don't know the ways. It's time to be changed. Just carry on, give no time. My bad boy thing, yeah, they fine. And at the same time, yeah, they high. Put blood on, stand out, calm down. No, they fine, like my wife, no decline. Say goodbye, see, that's all I say. Show me love, I will show you more. Bó ṣe ṣe o, bó ṣe ṣe. Ọmọ ìdánwò ìjà ṣe kéré. Mo fọ́ fáyé, mo ti fọ́ fáyé. Yéyé. Ọlọ́dún máa ń gbọ́. Ìṣòro ìfowó sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lò. Ìfọ̀nà ìbàdí ọmọ ní àwọn tí wọ́n ìyá òtí bí kò lè lọ. Ti di àṣà tẹ́lẹ̀ tí lọ. Sí láti dáwọ́ lọ fẹ́ dáná dáwọ́ náà kò tẹ̀ ká ló ti láwọ́. Etí ìlú náà. collaboration. In a collaboration, my collaboration, man, collaboration. When you collaborate, in a collaboration, collaboration. Quacqualata. Then you collaborate, man, my beach, and it's collaboration. In a collaboration, my collaboration, man, collaboration. When you collaborate, in a collaboration, collaboration. Quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. One muta kasu face ya wata. I know fit for some me fit don't pass my power. Roll up a shawarma, I get for quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. One muta kasu face ya wata. I know fit fast, I don't fit you pass my power. I roll up a shawarma, I get for quacqualata. For Maulana, on God, you let me ask God. I'll be flaming, with your mashami, come on, Wahabi, I look, can't you see, with your maribi, come on, do this song tomorrow, shall easy and cry, baby, don't you waste my time, that's my person, my prayers in love. I did for Quacqualata, I enter from my puta, Quacqualata. One muta kasu face ya wata. I know fit for some me fit don't pass my power. Roll up a shawarma, I did for Quacqualata. I'm doing the song, I'm doing the you surprise me, can't control me. I'm doing the song, I'm doing the until someone not be sure. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only water, that's a face I water. I know fit fast, I don't fit to pass my power. Roll up my shawarma, I did for quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only water, kasu face I water. I know fit for some me fit don't pass my power. Roll up my shawarma, I did for quacqualata.